But
oh, it's cute. Writing is life, and it is indeed.
it's one of my designs.
I'm just cooking dinner, so don't mind me. But I wanted to do a pop-up stream because I need to get some work on Amber's book done, and I figured why not just do a live stream.
Let's just be accountable, people.
Woo! Because I work better when I have external pressure.
Yep. Nope, this is my design out of my store, and it came Wednesday, and I washed it yesterday, so I was wearing it today.
Nice. It's cute.
I like it. I don't know what I did with my unknown loved one. I watched it too. I don't know where it went.
I decorated my house. So when I sit down, you'll be able to see them because right now you can't see them. They're on the other side of the cabinet.
Did you tell the people on the Facebooks that we were streaming?
No, I did not. I probably should.
Let me do that for you while you're cooking.
Okay, I appreciate you.
I'm learning how to use my index finger for my thumb very easily on this mouse now.
Oh, good.
I might actually get some stuff done.
I'm glad that you're able to at least somewhat function.
I'm definitely not as fast as I need to be, but it's workable.
No!
Yes!
You are not allowed to be in here because you grabbed my knife.
I know, it was a floating knife. It was great.
You're going to have dinner in just a minute, so go sit down, please.
She says,
She wants more ham, but she's about to have her sandwich because her sandwich is almost done. So, she can wait. No, you can wait because you're about to have a sandwich.
She wants the pieces of the sandwich all at once. It's fine, Mama. Okay, copy. And Facebook.
And the Facebook.
Open it, Mama. Open it, Mama.
I don't know what she asked me to open because she said open it and then ran away. But she keeps grabbing my decorations that I have on the banister.
I was going to ask you how that's going.
Well, she's not grabbing them. She keeps walking. Every time she walks up and down the stairs, she hits a bunch of the ornaments that I have on there. Because I have some that are dangling, and she smacks them as she walks by. Every time she walks up and down the stairs. Hey, we have Rose Lynn with us. Hello, Rose. How are you?
Cassie asked if anybody was streaming an hour ago.
Well, then you can say, yeah, this person.
No, stop at Facebook. That's not what I was trying to do. I put your link in the reply, and it put your link, a Meadow link, in instead of. No, that's not what I was trying to do.
Damn it, Facebook.
Motherfucker.
I think I'm definitely going to need to go get groceries tomorrow because I'm almost out of a lot of things. And I'm running out of things that I can cook for dinner because I don't have any groceries.
Cheese?
No, not yet. Your sandwich just got taken out of the pan, so you can wait a minute.
Cheese.
I did not do a very good job of slicing this ham very thin, so...
Hey, there's a new guy writer on the author tubes.
Okay.
His name is Christopher Bonilla Fernandez.
Ooh. I will have to keep an eye out so I can say hi. I'm not going to just go seek him out and be like, hey, hi, what's up? I'm going to wait until I see a post and then be like, oh, hey, hi, what's up?
Oh, no.
It's posted on the Facebooks. New members 2 hours ago. He's got a video up on self-publishing 4 tips.
Right.
My tips are a little biased, but if any of these tips helped you out, great.
Well, stop touching the freaking banister. See, this is what she's doing.
And why not?
She doesn't pull them off or anything. She just taps them with her fingers.
Probably because they're making a little bit of noise.
Yeah, they kind of not jingle, but they do make a little bit of noise because they brush up against the garland.
Yeah.
Here, you want a piece of ham? There you go.
You just told her no, Mom.
Yeah, but I had some extra, so
Okay.
bonus ham. Okay, I don't have a timer ready, so I'm gonna do that now. Today, while I was doing cleaning and decorating and stuff, I was going through videos on my watch later, like trying to get the older ones out of the way and stuff. And I finally watched Camille Merrick's video that she did about SMART goals, and she actually had a really good things to say. So if you haven't seen that video, I definitely recommend it.
I don't get to watch a lot of videos. Pretty much anybody on my subscription list is a watch later because
Yeah, that's why I have so many things on my watch later, because I just don't have the time usually.
Mhm.
But when I'm like doing stuff like where I'm cleaning or putting up Christmas decorations or cooking dinner or whatever, I can set up the tablet or the computer on the counter next to me and watch stuff or have videos playing while I'm doing the other things. So yeah, so I watched that video as well as several others, and it was awesome. A lot of good things to say, because she was talking about SMART goals and what SMART goals means, and then talking about why NaNoWriMo is so successful, because it is exactly what a SMART goal is, and went one by one about what each letter in a SMART goal stands for and stuff, and it was awesome.
Oh, so SMART stands for something like STEM does?
Yeah, it's I can't remember what they all are. So it's
I'll have to go look it up. It's fine.
She says what they are. I can't remember what it is right now because I watched it a few hours ago, and my memory is for shit. But I still have the video on my watch later, so I'm gonna probably watch it again.
You're gonna have to, if that has a timer on it, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, I'm gonna unmute it.
No, I was gonna say you're gonna have to send me the link to it, because I was trying to find that one on Sunday and could not find it for the life of me.
Okay, yeah, I can send it to you.
I ended up just having to put a fire up and put my own little timer on the side.
Yeah, I'll send you the link for it. Noelle, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Rose is doing it. Specific, measurable, actionable, realistic,
and time. Yeah, that's what it is. Specific is you have to have a very specific goal in mind that you want to achieve, and then measurable is a goal that you can measure. So that's why NaNoWriMo is good, because it's what your goal is. It's the 50,000 words, and it's something that you can actually do. Actionable, I can't remember exactly how she explained it. Realistic is something that you could actually realistically accomplish. So don't give yourself wild goals that you're never going to be able to complete. And then time is a timed goal, so you need to have a deadline for your goal, and you can't just. Oh geez, I just really burned the crap out of that sandwich. You can't just.
Yours now.
Yeah, you can't just have the time be whatever you want. It has to have a deadline, and you have to stick to that deadline. And it's just it was a good video.
See, and I think that's why for Nano, I hardly do ever win, because it's for me to be have a full-time job plus be a full-time mother with a teenage daughter. You would think Noelle's hard, Kira's just as hard with all her. Before it was school activities, now it's a horse. So when she goes back to school, I don't know how she's going to put the two together.
Yeah.
And then still trying to write 25,000 is an obtainable but pushable, I have to work towards it goal for me. So I always try to push myself during Nano, but if I don't win, I'm not mad, because if I get above my regular 25K, I'm happy, because that means a book every 4 months.
Yeah, I think
I did nothing but write.
I think my goal for year-round writing, when I'm actually drafting, I want to write 1,000 words every day if I can. Obviously things are going to come up, and I want to try to maybe take weekends off, that kind of thing. But every day that I write, I want to write 1,000 words. And then when I have client work, obviously I'm going to have an external deadline for that too. So
Yeah, see, and that's why, like, I was able to, I guess it would be, 2018? I was able to get 200,000 words that year because I kept myself to that 25,000 deadline. I didn't do nano. Like, that was my monthly deadline. So it was easy. I hit 100,000 every 4 months, and then I started editing the other 2 months. But then that's why I'm not that upset now, because 2019, with a move and 2 jobs, changing my schedule 4 times, I still managed 50,000. So, like, considering I spent most of this year editing,
yeah,
if I can just beat the 50K, I'll be happy. And even with my broken finger, my hurt finger, like, I can still get the last 6K pretty easily. I just need 6 good days of 1,000+ words.
yeah,
Which I can do on the holidays if I have no other time.
yeah. That's definitely an attainable goal for you.
Yeah. So I think since I'll probably do nothing but writing and formatting, with my book coming out in February and then the Audible coming out in March, hopefully. I gotta wait for him to see what his answer is. But with all that coming out, like, if I could get a good 3 months of 25K, then I could have this one completely written. Because this one's going to be an overwrite, I think, just because I want to make sure I flesh out the world really well. Even if I do overwrite it, that way I can always take out some. I don't want to underwrite it since it's like the book with the world building for above.
Right.
I already know it'll be, it'll be 100+ before I edit. So a good 3 months of writing while I get book 2 out and get book 1 redone and out. And the Audible, like, that would be nice. That way, even if we move, I'm still 2 books ahead. And then that way, while I'm moving, y'all can do the editing for book 3. And, like, that way, even if I don't reach 50K next year, like, I will have at least accomplished something on the offset of that.
Right. Well, because I feel like next year you're going to be doing a lot of editing again, too, so.
Yeah. But hopefully not as much. But, I mean, again, I will be moving. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Hopefully, I will be moving.
Possible timeline for that?
It just depends on COVID.
Yeah.
Because with Texas, even though they're not shut down, a lot of the businesses are starting to make their own decisions on the shutting down of stuff.
Yeah.
And so public storage says that they're not taking any new clients. So
I guess good on them. Okay, look at how badly I burned this freaking sandwich. It blends into my cutting board.
Oh wow.
It's like
that's black even for me, girlfriend.
No, that's really burnt.
I'd still eat it, but that's black even for me for grilled cheese.
Yeah, I'm gonna scrape some of the char off with my knife.
Because I remember when I told you I like it. I like my sandwiches black and a little toasty.
Yeah, it's a bit much for me too. So
that's more than a little crunchy black.
Yeah, I was like, oh shoot, I need to flip my sandwich over. Shit, I burnt it.
Damn it! I should have shut up. You're good.
Okay, that's a little bit better. I scraped some of the blackness off.
Can I tell you? So Kira bought these hoodies for the barn that she just left, and okay. I want to find out. I'm going to contact the lady. I want to find out how she made these because I want to make bookmarks out of this. Look at this little thing.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's her business cards.
Yeah, she probably got like a on-demand printer or something.
Well, yeah. I mean, she's got like this. So this is her business card. It's just a normal business card. But then she put this in to tell you like how to wash it and stuff.
Oh, nice.
So if I could find one that actually looks like a book, that would be really cool. Which I'm sure I could turn a business card into one, but like that would still be really cool.
Well, There's nothing more satisfying for me when I went to that wedding in October and I was able to, like, people, because I didn't know anybody there except for the bride. And people would, like, introduce themselves and talk to me, like, oh, what do you do? And I could sit there and be like, I'm a freelance editor. And they're like, oh my God, that's so cool. And I was like, yeah, it is cool. And I'm so glad I can say that now.
I'm a stay-at-home mom. Just doesn't. I know what you mean, because when I was, you're just like, I'm gonna be judged for this so bad.
Right. It doesn't sound cool.
It's not even that it doesn't sound cool, but like, you never know how the people you meet are going to take to it. Because, like, when I lived in Texas, and the part of Texas I lived in, it was known as the rich neighborhood, even though we lived in, like, the older part of it where the neighborhood wasn't rich, just because we lived in that area.
Right.
When I'd say I was a stay-at-home mom, people would look at me and, like, not see designer clothes, and just, you knew they were like, really? Like, you're a rich bitch dressed like that? So, I know the feeling.
Yeah.
On top of it not being cool or whatever, like, you're like, yeah, this is gonna suck. I'm being judged.
Plus, I've had people straight up tell me that my husband is oppressing me by making me be a stay-at-home mom, even though it was my decision. It was what I wanted to do, and Jordan didn't want me to be a stay-at-home mom. He wanted me to work. So,
well, and the screwed up thing is, like, I was a stay-at-home mom because it was cheaper for me to stay at home than to work.
Yeah.
I was basically working and only making $20 more than I had to pay the daycare.
Yeah.
So, what was the point of that? Like, I could be home with my I could be home with my kid and save the money and my own sanity working customer service at a freaking retail store.
Yeah. Noelle, your dinner's ready. Are you hungry?
And I was able to go to school and write my first book. That's no longer out in the world anymore, but still my first book that I published. The one that you can't buy anywhere, and not because it was so popular.
Baby.
Rose says, I just tell everybody that I'm a mom of 5 boys and 3 girls. Yeah, then that's just called overwhelmed, and they understand. But when you usually just have one kid, you get judged. You're either lazy or entitled or oppressed.
Yeah.
But that many kids, you're like, yeah, she needs the help. Yeah. Also, hello, the Dawdling Rider.
Hello. Welcome. All right, so I think going into a sprint would be a good idea because we're almost like 20 minutes into this thing.
Yep. Sorry, I derailed us.
Did I send you the link for this yet? Because I copied it. I don't think I actually sent it to you.
You did not. How dare you?
3, 2, 1, go! Okay. What did everybody do? Here's my decorations that I made special for you guys. Put them on the back of my cabinet just so you guys can see them.
I got 15 pages read and semi-dried my hair.
Nice. And this is my favorite.
Of course.
Also, the sign right there says the elf made me do it. And ouch! What are you doing? Oh, of course. Ah, shit! Don't get into the butter or you're gonna get in trouble. I spilled a little bit of my soup onto the table.
What kind of soup? Yeah.
Chicken noodle soup. It's a Lipton one that Jordan gave me shit for last time. But it's nice. It warms you up when it's cold. It gives you protein. It's good for when you got your wisdom teeth out and you can't really eat solids.
I don't do soup unless it's like tomato bisque or something to go with my grilled cheese.
Well, yeah, usually when I do grilled cheese, I do tomato of some sort, but chicken noodle soup is really good too. You better not! She thinks it's cheese, and she goes and digs her fingers in it and then eats it, and then figures out that it's not cheese, but then still keeps playing with it
texture
afterwards. Well, I was eating my food during that, so I didn't do any work.
Yes, it is.
But food is important, so. I need to put Noelle to bed on the next sprint. I could let her stay up till Jordan gets home and then put her to bed because he gets off at 9:15 and it's already almost 9, so. I'll just let her stay awake until he gets home. But what about you guys? How did you guys do? What did you do, Amber?
Like I said, I read 15 pages of my girl Crystal's book. And
nice.
Like, she's got a huge plot problem right here, but nothing like that she can't fix by deleting 2 paragraphs, but it's one of those she, like, forgot that somebody wasn't supposed to know something and told on him. And I couldn't write in the book and make it legible with my brace on, so I took my brace off. Like,
did your doctor say it was okay for you to take your brace off?
Yeah, I'm supposed to take it off and do stretches every day. And like I said, it was hurting after I took my shower, so I put it back on, but it gets like stove up and everything if I don't take it off every now and then.
I had to wear a brace for a little while when I was in basic because they thought that I had a stress fracture in my wrist. So they made me wear a brace for like a couple weeks until they could like get x-rays and stuff. And I had the brace on the day that we were doing the obstacle course, and I could not climb the rope because with my brace, I could not grip the rope tight enough. And I kept slipping down. I would get like 2 feet up in the air, and then I would slip down because my brace was keeping me from gripping the rope. And it was so horrible because it like the drill sergeant yelled at me for not being able to do it. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm sorry, drill sergeant, but I can't grip the rope with this thing on.
It was like when we were going through basic, we were doing Hell Week, and I had a brace on my foot, and so I could not go fast. I couldn't beat the time that we were supposed to do it in. I was always like literally like a minute too long. He's like, "You're not gonna pass this." I was like, "Actually, I am. I have a waiver. I'm not even supposed to be doing this, but if I don't, then I don't get my airman's coins." So
they give you such shit for like going into quarters and stuff and having medical stuff. Like, it's not my fault that I got injured. It's not my fault they're making me wear this stupid brace. And it turns out there was nothing wrong with my wrist. I just had like a pinched nerve or something that they were able to fix by massaging my wrist for like 20 minutes. But they made me wear that brace for like 2 weeks. And it was on my right hand, so I couldn't hold a pen, and like they make you write essays and stuff sometimes. And so I had to have my friend write while I told her what to write down because I couldn't hold a pen.
Yeah. And the thing is like, I knew because I'd seen enough girls do it. I knew that if I went to the medical wing during Hell Week, I would get recycled. Yeah. So it's like, that's not happening. I'm getting out of here because another week and it would have been fucking hot as hell. And it's like, that's not happening. I have a waiver. I don't have a time limit. I just have to complete the damn course.
Right. We had a girl that joined our basic for the last couple weeks because she broke her leg during the combatives portion and had to get recycled until it like basically was stuck at basic until her leg healed and she could complete basic training. And she actually wanted to complete it and stuff, like, because they would have given her the option to just get out and go home, but she wanted to complete it. She was going into the National Guard, and so she was stuck there for like months while her leg healed, and then came into our group to do the combatives and the last couple things that we had left to do after that, which was combatives, the Hugel stick, and the final 16K march.
Yeah.
Like the last 3 things that we had to do that were required. And so she came back to do those with us. Like, it was like a week after she got her cast off, and she came back to do that with us.
See, and that was our thing. We had 2 girls that had gotten recycled back to second week because of medical injuries and stuff. And I was like, yep, nope. I didn't have complete Hell Week just to get thrown into medical. Just have to go back through no, I'm good.
Yeah, I had a heat stroke incident during the final ruck march, and we were like half a mile away from completing, like 30 minutes left, and I passed out. And they wouldn't let me finish because I felt fine afterwards. Like I passed out, I got up. The drill sergeants were fast. They are no joke when it deals with that kind of stuff. Like my main drill sergeant for my platoon ran over to me because he was like maybe like 2 people away in the formation. He ran over, he flipped me, he ripped my backpack off, like obviously didn't hurt me, but he pulled my backpack off, flipped me over. He immediately unzipped my blouse, unlaced the bottom of my pants and pulled them out of my boots, and unbuttoned my sleeves, and like had me like starfish on the ground for a couple minutes. Yeah. And then I got up, they gave me some water, and I felt fine, and I wanted to finish the march, but they wouldn't let me. And then they kept saying that they were going to make me redo the march, like recycle and redo the march. And I did not want to have to be recycled. I wanted to graduate. And then they were like, they gave me a waiver in the end. They're like, yeah, you don't have to finish it. You got far enough. I'm like, oh my God, thank you.
Yeah. After Hell Week, we had to, we still had our 1.5 mile run we had to do. And they were trying to tell me they were going to recycle me. And so that my foot could heal a little bit longer, and I was like, no, I'll be fine, like that's not happening, no. And so they had me on naproxen for the pain, and I remember that morning I was like, I'm gonna beat this, the pain is not gonna beat me, like come hell or high water. So I remember drinking like 6 glasses of water, taking 2 naproxen, which is like 800 milligram Motrin. So like I took 2 of them motherfuckers. And I ran, and I remember crossing the finish line, running straight over to the culvert on each side of the road. I don't even remember which side of the road I ran on, but ran to the grass and threw it all back up. And I looked up and looked at my time, and I was like, I had 4 seconds. We're good. One of my friends came over, gave me water, and we were good.
I was in Oklahoma for my basic, and the weather was like it fluctuated a lot. So when I first got there, at the end of October, it was in the high 90s, and then all of a sudden, like it was like maybe a month in, and it went from being like regularly in the high 90s, high 80s, to all of a sudden it went down to negative 25 like the next day. And that day that it went down that far, it was the day we were supposed to do our course for our grenade qualification. And so they canceled that. Like we were there, we were waiting, and they canceled it and made us go home because we had 5 people pass out from the shift in weather, like the sudden temperature change. 5 people passed out because of like being so hot, and then all of a sudden being in the negatives, and they passed out. And they're like, yeah, okay, we're just gonna send everybody back. And we hung out in the barracks for the rest of the day. Like we just had to, like, basically they made us go into our barracks. They had us change our socks because like if our feet were sweaty and stuff, and make sure all of our clothes that we were wearing were dry. And we just hung out in the barracks for the rest of the day until dinner, and that was it. Like we had to wait until the weather got a little bit warmer so we could go back and do our grenades, because it was a very sudden shift and made people sick.
I think it's kind of funny, like, you know, in the Air Force, your basic is in San Antonio, Texas. And so everybody tries to avoid going to basic if they can, July through September. But the funny part is what they don't tell you if you know anybody want to go into the Air Force, what they don't tell you is that when there's a heat advisory, you don't go outside.
Yeah.
So like all of our marching and everything was done undercover until it hit 95, and then we just had to do indoor stuff. And
yeah,
that was great because with a sprained ankle, like I was already on dorm duty anyway, but so since I could go outside in the mornings and everything, like we done our PT and it was nice and cool in the mornings, and then by the time it started getting hot, we were stuck inside. So
yeah, so for us, like when you join the military and like you're in basic training, like yeah, they're gonna be yelling at you, they're gonna make you feel like shit, you're gonna feel horrible physically because of like you're gonna be exercising all the time, but their main job is to keep you safe. And if it's not safe because of weather, they're going to not make you do stuff. You're going to be sitting inside and you're not going to be outside working. So
yeah.
I don't yet because I don't have any. You want to wash your hands? Yeah. Okay, give me 1 minute. I'll take you to the bathroom just 1 minute, okay? 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'll take you to the bathroom in 1 minute, okay? I don't have any characters that have military experience yet, so I haven't used any of that, but I definitely will in the future because I have a character in my head that is like basically what I would have seen for myself if I had finished out my contract.
Yeah.
So eventually.
Book 3, there is a battle scene, and I drew a lot from I have packs, so if I don't have that story out by the time we unpack in Texas, I might check and make sure I did it right. But we had our battle classes is what they called them, and it talked strategy and old wars and how they were won and things like that. And so I took a lot of that knowledge plus a lot of the behind the scenes war, like in between the days of the two battles and stuff. I took that from being overseas.
I never went overseas, so I don't have experience with that. But they teach you a lot in basic training because the point of basic training is to get you combat ready. Because in the military, no matter what your job is, there's always going to be a chance that you're going to go to a combat zone.
Yeah.
So your main priority is to be combat ready. They teach you how to use your weapon properly, like combatives, how to fight without your weapon, like all that stuff. They teach you strategy of how to, at least for Army, I don't know what Air Force does, but they teach. One of my favorite parts was we had a building that we had to do the siege and do a raid, and they teach you how to like properly do a raid into a building and how to properly make sure it's clear of enemies and stuff. And that was really cool to learn that and stuff. And another one that was torturous, but I'm glad that I got to do it. It was only torturous because of a specific thing. It was what is it called? It's basically this course. It's this big long thing, and it's gravel with barbed wire over top that you have to army crawl through. Yeah, and then they are shooting live rounds overhead and putting off mortar bombs and like all this kind of stuff to simulate what it would be like to be like in a combat situation. And it was only torturous because they made us wear our elbow and knee pads, and mine were slightly too big, and they kept filling with gravel. And it's like really sharp. It's not like pea gravel. It's like really sharp gravel, and it was like digging into my skin. But
that was just called the combat course during Hell Week. But
Jordan remembers what it's called. I'll have to ask him when he gets home.
But what y'all did clearing a room, like I did that in basic, and then I did that for almost my entire tech school because I was a cop. So like armed vehicle, clearing a room, clearing a forest. We did all of that.
We had to do one course where it's like a range, but instead of just standing, like being back and shooting, you're like actually running down, and you have a partner next to you, and you're like shooting down targets and stuff.
Yeah, kind of like what was that movie they do that in? SWAT. SWAT.
Yeah, and it's really cool because you get to the experience of like if you're actually running through a combat zone and you're like firing your weapon at things and you are reloading as you're going because it teaches you how to grab your magazines and reload and stuff, and that's really cool. And the whole experience of basic training itself is really cool. And if you are able to and you have ever thought about maybe joining the military, like you could definitely try the National Guard. I think it's definitely a valuable experience.
That was my thing.
With my contract, but I'm grateful for the experience that I gained.
Yeah, see, like I went in under the National Guard because I knew at the time the bonuses and everything they were giving the National Guard was very undermanned. And so I went in National Guard to get the sign-on bonus and the extra rank because because of my degree and stuff, I was able to actually get a rank advancement at the end of basic. And so I really am thankful for that. But then I just switched to Air Force 3 years in because they needed me at our base. But yeah, so like when I deployed, I never really, I guess, thought about what you do on your downtime. Like I always just thought you're always alert. You're always like at the ready, and you are to a degree. But it's kind of an in-between of what you see on the movies of like everybody joking around, playing cards, this kind of thing, and what you would think it would be.
Yeah, so it's like mixed.
Yeah, so I use that a lot, that sense of like expectation yet trying to be normal feeling for the nights and the times when there wasn't the battle. Like that's the last 2 or 3 chapters. So that anticipation, that all that is in there. But then also, I don't know if y'all did in the Army, in the Air Force, you play war games every year. So like the Lord, what's the word I'm looking for? The chemical warfare. You had to recertify every year. So you had 2 years or 2 weeks every year where you played war games to keep you ready.
We didn't do that because I was in language school for the rest of the time I was in the Army. Oh. So we didn't. I'm sure we would have if I had gone to my duty station. But
well, I think since we were deployable and we were on the deploying schedule, is probably why we did it more.
Right. I was okay, so the duty station I was supposed to go to when I finished when I finished language school was in Georgia, and it was on an NSA base, and it was one where I was going to spend 6 months in Georgia in the NSA base where I would be just sitting in a dark room listening to recordings and translating them. And then the other 6 months I was overseas in Kuwait. And it was a rotation for the last 3 years that I was going to have left on my contract. I was going to rotate back and forth every 6 months. And then I had medical stuff happen right at the end of my language school stuff, which is why I was booted from the military, because I had medical stuff that made me gain weight. And they're like, no, you're too fat. You're out. So.
Yeah. By the way, Jennifer, I just saw your comment. Thank you. So I did the red, and I'm just going to slowly because I don't plan on cutting my hair anymore. I'm just going to let it grow back out. So that way the red will fade to the black, and then as I cut the dead ends off, it will just end up with black tips eventually. It's actually like a red purple, but it looks really good. You should just shave your head. Been there, done that. I'm good. I actually thought about it, but until we get to Texas, I'll leave it.
Yeah.
And then I think when we get to Texas, I might end up coming like right here where the red meets the black and like shaving all that underneath. Like
right.
Toxic Tears does, just because it'll be hot outside and my hair is thick, so it's going to be okay. But
I've considered shaving my head because
my mom flipped out when I did like an inch around my hairline. So I definitely won't tell her when I do it.
Well, because I like having short hair, and I like having long hair, so I go back and forth, and where I'll cut my hair really short, and then I'll let it grow out for a while, and then I'll cut it really short again. So Jordan prefers me with short hair because he thinks I look really cute that way. So like I don't mind having short hair, and I've considered just shaving my head just to see if I would like it or not. Like
Shave like half at a time in case you don't like it. It's not all gone.
right. Well, my hair also grows really fast, so if I did shave it, it would get to like a pixie cut in like 2 months.
Yeah. No, mine too. Mine used to do that. Like, I just remember my hair was long enough that it covered my breasts, and I cut it 3 days before my wedding. I cut it to an A-line cut above my ears.
Mm-hmm.
And it was such, like, obviously you know you're going to do it, but it was such a shock to my system that, like, I didn't know how to process it. That's when I discovered if I can't put my hair in a ponytail, I get really pissed at my hair really quick.
Yeah. It's crazy because last November was the last time that I cut my hair. Not this November, last year was the last time that I actually cut my hair, and it was short, like it was really short. And
Yeah,
you
it was pretty.
go back and look at my older live streams and stuff, and this is like how long it's gotten since then.
Yeah.
So like my hair grows decently fast, and I don't know how much longer I'm gonna let it grow out before I decide to cut it off again, but I will eventually decide to cut it off again.
Yeah, mine used to grow fast enough that I would cut it to like shoulder length in April or May, like right when spring happened. And then I would let it grow long, but when I cut it short, I would quit dyeing it. And then I would let it grow the required length for Locks of Love before they turned bad. I started selling it. I'd let it grow the required length and then cut it again to there.
I was never able to donate my hair because I always color treated it, and they always told me we don't accept color treated hair.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Like I'd go crazy after I cut it and I'd color it. And that's where I got like the green and the blue and the weird colors. And then I'd let that grow out, and then wherever that was growing out, I would then chop it off when it hit my shoulders, and then all that would be natural.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Yeah, figured out how to unzip the suitcase, and she just opened it and got really excited.
Ta-da!
Did you need to wash your hands?
No.
You don't need to wash your hands anymore?
Fine.
Okay.
Fine.
All right, let's do another sprint because we've been very unproductive.
Yeah.
It's just a pop-up stream. We never promised productivity, did we?
No. Maybe after you decide to quit streaming, I'll just stream and actually work. But, you know, I'm just reading, so I know I'm being productive, but I don't feel like I'm being productive, so we're good.
Yeah. We were just talked about a bunch of stuff, so, like...
Jennifer says my husband threatens to divorce me if I cut my hair short. He wouldn't. He just absolutely loves long hair. I love long hair, don't get me wrong. As long as I can put it in a ponytail to get it out of my face, I'm fine. Just like every 5 years, I'll cut and end up having bangs. And oddly enough, I did it right before 2020 went to hell. So everybody thought I did it because of 2020, but it had been 5 years. I wanted bangs again. And so like I will let it grow long and then I'll cut it because I want to do something crazy. But
she climbed inside the suitcase and is trying to zip herself up inside.
Oh, dude, my daughter did that all the time. It was
Yeah.
how small can the suitcase go and I still fit? That's what we did.
If she wanted me to zip her up inside,
Yeah.
she would definitely fit. It's big enough that she would definitely fit. Plus, it gets a little bit bigger. It's one of the ones that you can unzip a portion and it expands. So if she would actually let me, she would fit. She would just need to like do the fetal position.
Yeah.
But every time, because she acts like she wants me to, and then she'll like lay down and I'll be like, all right, let's zip you up. And as soon as I start to do it, she freaks out. So I haven't been able to do it yet.
Well, Kira being a gymnast her whole life, she's just like, I want to see if I can fit. Let's see if you can close it. So she would get so small, like even my travel ones. I'd be like, yeah, you're not gonna fit in that.
Truth. If you're having fun, you're not being productive. At least
No.
on the extremes.
No, if you're having fun, you are being productive.
Well, if you guys ever need to know about military stuff for your books, you know who to ask.
Yep.
All right, let's do a sprint.
Oh, I'm determined to finish this book tonight.
Noelle, what are you doing?
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
Yay!
Are you ready? Noelle? 3, 2, 1.
Go!
Noelle. Hi, Noelle.
You made her jump and then she like sat up straight. Hi.
Hi.
So Jordan's making me go get McDonald's because I didn't have enough cheese to make sandwiches for him. So he's gonna come sit. No, yes, okay. I'm not saying like you're babysitting. He asked me to go get McDonald's for him, and he's gonna come sit here and talk to you while I go do that.
Hi.
Forcing me to talk to you.
Hi.
You know, there's nothing coming
You'll
out
have
of
to
the
show him
headphones,
how
right?
to
Not
start
plugged
the
in?
timer because Sage has 20 minutes going. So when her 20 minutes is up, then we'll sprint. And that way everybody can just sprint all night or just chill all night.
Hello.
Okay, Jordan.
What you doing, Noelle?
Come sit.
Gotta sit?
Come sit. Come sit. Come sit.
Come cheek.
You mean I gotta talk to him? Oh, you're still worked up.
That fart.
Oh, okay. Okay, so when it's time to start the timer, you click here to bring it up on the screen.
Okay.
And when you're done with the timer, you click here to bring it back to you and Amber. Then timer is in this tab, and I will even rewind it for you.
Whoa, so hard to
All you
do.
have to do is press play.
This looks like rocket science. Wait, why are you messing it up, babe?
I was rewinding
You were
it.
messing it up.
There you go, darling. I'm gonna go get your food. What do you want from McDonald's?
Mine's the opposite, Jennifer. My husband threatens to divorce me if I cut my hair short because I'll threaten to divorce her if she cuts her hair long.
Lets
I
it
don't
grow
cut my hair
long.
If she grows it too long, because I want it to be.
You've never
shorter.
threatened to divorce me for having my hair long.
No, I just
You don't
like
think
short
she was
hair. I
beautiful
prefer
with
short
long
hair.
hair?
That's what the conversation was about. That's what the conversation was about.
Oh, thanks. I just figured that out.
Okay.
I can tell how short you are by where the camera is placed.
She's got a green screen.
No, not you. I'm meaning you.
Oh, me?
Because like if you're in frame, then like my torso is like in the frame.
And my boobs are just above shoulder
Well, yeah,
level.
but she usually
I'm
leans
sitting down.
forward, and you're sitting back.
Here's me leaning forward. I'm still out of frame.
Okay, what do you want? You want just a McRib, or do you want like
I want 12 McRibs
12 McRibs?
stacked together.
Ugh.
No, give me at least 2. And give
Please,
me
please
some,
tell me you want it with no
nuggets or
pickle.
whatever. I don't like the pickle. I like the
Yeah.
pickle separate. Like I take it off and eat it. But I don't eat the pickle on.
Okay, do you want a meal of any kind?
I want fries, so I guess
Do you want a drink, or do you just want the fries?
I want a drink too. You know, they're the only ones that have
So
my
one
tropical Sprite.
one meal, one
Okay.
regular.
And then chicken nuggets.
Thank you, love.
Do you want anything else?
It might be easier to get the 40 nuggets and get a bunch of fries, or doesn't it come with 2 fries and 2 drinks, or just I don't know. I don't know if it comes with drinks. I don't know. It's on the Uber app.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going.
Okay, just nuggets, fries, drink, and McRib.
Just
To make it happen.
when she tells you to start a sprint, do the things that she'll be going to do.
I didn't know I saw. And then
I'm there to guide you, Jordan. Stay.
do you want something, or you get it?
No, I already ate.
Oh,
I might get
a
something for
spicy
tomorrow.
McChicken because they're rare
One or
again.
two.
Yeah, I know.
One spicy McChicken. I don't like the way
I'll
they
probably
keep.
get a couple of McDonald's to put in the fridge for me, and Noel to eat tomorrow.
That's fine. I don't like the way that they keep, so I don't like reheating
No, don't put that
McChickens.
outside. No, don't put.
It's a good pen too.
Why do you have one of my writing pens, you little heifer?
Give me the best pen.
The best pencil I got. I can't even get to my pencil.
This
If you reheat a McChicken and eat it,
Don't
you're
talk
crazy.
about politics or religion or anything inappropriate.
Okay, who wants to talk about? I'm trying to figure out a way to combine all 3 of those.
Little heifer has one of my writing pens. She's like, "I'll trade you for a pencil." You better trade me. This is my pen.
Are they like gel pens?
lead.
Hey,
They're
hey, stop playing with the lights.
oh, that one.
Thank you.
That's funny.
No, I don't.
The pickles taste weird because they're genetically modified. Just kidding.
No.
Almost all my food's genetically modified, but they're just like packaged like in giant bags, and it probably doesn't keep them well.
No, they're not in giant bags.
You don't think McDonald's pickles are in giant bags? Somebody who's used to work at
No.
McDonald's, tell me.
They're not. They're in a container.
Like a square container of like.
Yeah, they're in a square. Whoa.
Bag.
Bag,
Look
yeah.
at my face, bitch.
It's a bag, yeah.
They're in like a square little box, plastic box with a air sealed lid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they're only good for 2 weeks. Like you have to
And-
use them.
Do they not have pickle juice in them? Because I'd imagine that would be a waste. Don't yank on the bag. Get off. You will hurt yourself. You do not grab that and yank on it.
They
Yeah,
do. Most people pour the pickle juice out, but at my McDonald's, they would always save it and put it in a large cup for me if they knew I was working because I would drink it. So, they just write amber juice on because I have really bad restless leg syndrome. So They would just bring it to me, and I'd just be drinking it. They're like, "What you drinking? Pickles? What do you mean pickles?" Everybody that was doing you drink pickle juice? Yeah.
Right. I don't know if the quality level of pickles are very high that they use anyway. Like they might be okay, like medium level pickle. You know, they're not exactly making top dollar off the pickles they sell. So.
No, not really. But they're really stingy with them. Like each sandwich tells you how many pickles you're allowed to use, type thing.
I don't hate McDonald's pickles, but I'm not a huge pickle on hamburger eater either. Like I typically pick them and eat them separate because I love pickles. Just it's not a flavor I'm looking for in my hamburger profile, you know. Unless
it's like my mom is. My mom loves pickles, but she hates them on sandwiches because she hates them warm. But like you're talking about the McRib, like if you ever work at a McDonald's, especially on top of that, I grew up with my mom owning a McDonald's. Like at the end of back in the 80s and 90s, at the end of it, you could buy them, and so she would buy whatever leftover buns and meat they had for me for sandwiches.
Dad.
And
Mommy's work.
And
Yeah.
I would have that all year from the time the season ended to the time it came back. And then working at the McDonald's and smelling the sauce being warmed all day.
Yeah, you're a baby.
They added pickles, and I'm like, you just ruined it. So I usually get it without anything on it. What, Noelle? What?
It sounds like, or it smells like Little Smokies to me.
And I will use the barbecue sauce on anything, especially my fries and stuff.
It's scary.
Just get the dinosaur.
I would take the barbecue sauce and dip my fries and stuff in it, but I just can't. It's one of those things where like you crave it, and then once you have one, you're done.
Right.
Like that's the way I am with the Big Mac. Like I hate the Big Mac sauce, but I love Big Macs. But every now and then I'll crave it.
Daddy.
So I would just have one, and I'm done for a year.
I love Big Macs, but I like the double quarter pounder with cheese are like my go-to.
Yeah.
Look, I'm wearing it now. Oh no, it fell off my head. There you go. Now? Is that how you wear it?
Ears.
Yeah, yours.
Ears and mommy.
Yeah, here's mommy. Here. Ready?
Jules says, "Pin thief in training. Teach her to grab all the good pins from other people." She does. She grabs mine.
What is it? Because I swear there's like two types of people: those who bring their own pens and those who hoard everyone else's pens and won't give them back.
I do both.
I just never understood that because I've never taken like anybody's pen and just hoarded it. Or I should say, like if I take one pen, it's a different thing. But I bought a 4-pack of those Sharpie pens, like the new Sharpie pens that people are like going nuts about. And I was like, I don't even need them because I have my own pen. But I bought them to have them to try and to like be backups. And they were gone in like a week. Oh my God.
So the thing about writers that I will tell you that maybe your wife is like this, maybe she's not. I don't see the other cut. I have. Let me see if I can find it. I don't see it. I can't reach that far down. So I have like these that have the designs on them. For whatever reason, bleed less than their counterpart that doesn't. I don't know why, but they do. And then these recyclables, B2s, they write the smoothest. And if I see them anywhere, I will take them. I don't care whose they are. If I see one, I will take it. But
you're cute.
Mm-hmm.
You're
cute, Daddy. But I do always have my own pens that I like.
You're my station.
I'm slowly getting rid of all the pens that I don't absolutely love here, and I bring them to work so that I have pens that are decent, but that I'm not. If somebody takes one, I'm not mad about.
How big is your box of pens, or do you have multiple boxes of pens?
Let me show you now that my cat's not in the thing. It's green, so you can't see it. But
It's invisible boxes. I need those.
That is my pens and pencils, and then I have one the same size for just markers, highlighters, and Sharpies.
How many of them are like half used and still good?
Yeah. Oh, and here's the other kind. Like if I'm like just the regular, because I like how hard these press on the paper. So like when I'm done writing a novel front and back on the paper, then it like feels like Braille. And yeah. So like this
for my one pen. Here's my one pen, and I've had the same pen for 8 years.
I've probably had half these for 8 years. Oh, that's cool. It's like a lightsaber.
It's yeah, I know, I get that all the time. It's a Mossberg tactical pen that's solid aluminum that has like a cap, and the way the cap goes on is like there's a little O-ring in the hole right here, and I can just replace the O-ring to allow it to like get more tension. So like when I replace it, it's like really hard to open, and then over time it gets really loose and I have to replace it. But all I do for the insert always is I just go get the Fisher Space Pen insert, because it's like the best for all around. And I put a new Fisher Space Pen insert in it and screwed in there. And I, no joke, had this for 8 years, and it's been like the only pen I use.
So I tried doing a refillable like that, and I got a Pilot, the Dr. Grip, for maybe 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason,
Come here and show them.
you can only use like half the ink before it quits working.
Put it back.
It like quits working halfway through it. So I'm like, I'm not gonna spend the money to get a refill to only use half of it.
Right. Does it fit like the standard pen refill size, or?
No.
Oh man. Put the pen back, Noelle. Bring them over here if you want to show them off.
Here.
Put them in the thing. Put the green one and the blue one away, and then bring the whole thing. Yeah, put the green one. Now grab the whole cup. Grab the cup of pens. Bring the whole thing over here.
I don't know about vinegar brine helping with restless leg. I've never heard of vinegar brine.
I hear if you punch your legs really hard, it won't do anything.
In Baker City, Burger Bob's Drive-In makes pickle cokes, and they are maze balls. They come with a few pickle slices for pizzazz.
I've never had pickle.
I've never tried that.
My grandpa was huge into peanuts in RC Cola. He would throw salted peanuts in RC Cola, and then wait till he got to the bottom of them and suck on the peanuts and chew them out.
Yep. My grandpa did that too. I'm with Jules. I've never heard of a pickle coke. Now I'm gonna have to try that.
That sounds good though. Or at least it sounds like interesting, and I like trying new stuff. All right, here's the $1 million question. Let's see if you can guess my other utensils in there. I only have 4. Well, this one's easy. That's a Sharpie.
One's gonna be a flashlight.
Nope, because I have a phone light. Let's see if anyone can guess what this is.
That's what looks like the light I used to carry when I worked at O'Reilly.
It looks like a light, but it's a magnetic top, and if you open it up, it's a technician screwdriver. And the rounded size of my Phillips and the flat size of my flatheads, and they're tiny, and they have extra tiny eyeglass screwdriver. And
so I had one of those for my glasses.
Yeah, they're great for that, and the freaking key fobs, like the Honda ones that have the screw on the key. Great.
See, I had one like that was white that my mom got when she did sewing, when she worked at a sewing factory. And then the one I had when I worked at O'Reilly's had a flashlight on one end and was magnetic on the other end.
Ooh.
That's what I thought it was. Like I saw the magnetic, but I thought it was flashlight on the other end.
Gotcha.
So.
All right, this one, the double pen clip gives it away if you're familiar with these.
I am not.
It is a lockpick set that is in a pen, and these are 2 different size tension tools, and then it's got inserts that goes into this collet that's at the end of it that I can open up and put like an insert into it, and it makes it like that long of a pick set, and then I just tighten it up, and then this is my pen or my pick, and then I can use either of these as the tension device because there's a wider and a thinner one. But yes, I do carry a pick on me. It's not a great pick because they're all kind of they're kind of too sharp. But it's like a $40 pick set, so it's like a medium, low level one. But I keep it on me because in emergencies it's great, and I've actually gotten a few people's cars that needed got locked out. I do have tryout keys, but this will work most of the time too. It takes a while though, so usually I wait till I'm off shift or something to do it though, because sometimes it'll take like 20 minutes of me goofing around with it locked to get it.
I found out that to talk about lock picks in Canada, you can buy just regularly the little airbags for opening the door, but you can't in the US unless you work for some type of like alarm company or wrecker.
I don't know if that's state thing, because in Oregon you can have it in a lot of you can have all the kinds of entry tools. You're just illegal to use them in the commission of a crime, or if you have a commission of a crime and you have what are considered burglary tools, like this on me is not a crime. But if I break into somebody's house and I have that on me, they can count as burglary tools, and now my felony level goes up. Or if it was a misdemeanor, it becomes a felony. Like that kind of stuff. It's a modifier to a crime, but it's not a crime.
Maybe it is state to state, because I know in Nebraska you couldn't buy them.
I can have them in California too, because I actually bought these when I lived in California, and Utah for sure you can have them. But I have like a pen, and I have everything. Well, I don't have everything, but I have like a decent amount of picks.
Yeah, well, because when my battery died, because my battery was dying, and so when my car died and my keys got locked in the vehicle, I couldn't obviously use my keypad to get in.
Right.
And I ended up having to call a wrecker because everything I had was just a little too freaking small to open the door.
Right.
For me to get the door open. And I was so mad. I was like, I need one of those fuckers. He had it open in like 2 minutes. I was like, dude, I'm mad now.
There's thousands of cars, and you get used to it.
Yeah.
They're dangerous once they get done wrecking and they want to take cars because they can just get in anything.
This is true.
Yeah. I do like it for realistically the main purpose at the end of the day is if I get locked out of like a house or something like that and I'm like, shit, I've lost my keys, then because even if I'm there for 35, 40 minutes goofing around until I finally get it, it won't matter, because I'm just need to get inside anyway.
Yeah. See if you can Scriptomania. That's a long word. The condition where people are compelled to steal pens, pencils, and write. I don't feel compelled to. I just see one, and as a writer, I'm like, nobody's gonna know this is a good one versus a bad one. I think I'll take this one.
So for Godling Rider, that you didn't know you could get locks into a pen. So you unscrew the back of this. So this is for your storyboarding if you need it. You unscrew the back of this and you take the little tension devices off. So they're little L-shaped devices that you put into the bottom of a lock so you can add tension to the lock as you pick it. And then they're kind of annoying to get back in and out because there's a lot of them, but it's a hollow pen body. Oop, there we go. It's a hollow pen body with two little slits so that the tension tools can fit in it, and it fits a bunch of different picks in it. And the flats you see are the sides that go into the collet, but they're all different picks. Some are upside down. So if I flip them over, you got the other sides of them. So you got like a flag pick and stuff like that. But all those picks, like I said, they're really tight in there. I feel like throwing one or two away, so it's not the case, but I do like that it doesn't rattle in my pocket too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
that is cool though, like to be able to carry that.
I thought it was really cool. That's what made me like for something for like an everyday carry. Mm-hmm. Not that you every day need to ever use a lockpick, but I just like it. So then,
well, it's one of those if you got it, that way you never need it.
There's a standard little single pin picker and your tension tool.
Interesting.
And then I have this button that says we're hiring.
Because you need a manager.
No, I got a part-time manager. Well, hopefully. She's going through background right now. She used to be a manager for Advanced, and it was a small advanced in like a small town, Tillamook. She's coming out my way, hopefully.
Nice. You want to start us a 20-minute timer, sir?
Can I put it on the screen? How do I do this? Just kidding. Might have made it look so hard. All right.
Count us down.
Noelle, come count us down.
What?
Count down. 3, 2, 1.
Go!
Now mute yourself.
You don't tell me what to do.
Jordan. Oh, Jordan.
Sorry, my mouse wasn't working. My mouse wasn't working. I'm like trying to click on the thing and it wouldn't work.
I still
Very good.
mustard.
We had Key double dipping in ours and Sage's stream.
Mustard.
And I need to mute our
Awesome.
own stream. Hang on.
I still
And hi, Sen.
There we go.
Yeah, clean it.
Jordan said he wants a green Dalek for Christmas, so I'm trying to find one, and I can
What?
find all the other colors except for the green one.
A green what?
Dalek from Doctor Who.
She doesn't know what a Dalek is. You can't be friends with her.
Grab me the black one that you had Noelle playing with. So I can
I
show her.
love Doctor Who, but I don't know everything. Give me a break.
Give me the black one so I can show her.
My daughter just had to have a clipboard, so I had to unclip everything.
This was one of our wedding toppers. This is the groom.
Uh,
This is a Dalek. And we had a white one that had a little veil, and that was the bride. But we lost her when we moved, so we just have the groom. But yeah, Jordan found these on a Etsy shop or something. God damn it. Yes.
They're trash can aliens that are full of goo. But
It's like
they're
this-
like the most powerful race of aliens there are.
It's like this pulsing
I must not have got that far in Doctor Who.
it's like this pulsing tentacle-y thing that lives inside this little body. Like
It's an armored shell.
it's an armored shell that, and they have a gun, laser thing on one side,
And a plunger on the other.
and like a plunger thing on the other that they can like read people's minds with and stuff. And then they have a stalk right here on the front that is like a what they see out of
Like eye stalk.
an eye stalk, and they're freaking scary, and they roll around on wheels, except for they can also levitate. And in the episode in the newest, like in the 2005 season 1, when they're like running away from the Dalek and they get to a set of stairs and they're like, oh my god, haha, like we're saved. And then all of a sudden the Dalek like levitates off the ground and starts floating up the stairs after them.
There's the
Scary.
seasons with the Daleks flying around.
Basically the Daleks are the Doctor's mortal enemy, because when he destroyed his planet, because of the Great War that was happening, it was against the Daleks. And if he didn't destroy his planet and kill both his people and the Daleks, they were going to destroy the entire universe.
See, I only watched the first version, and I didn't get very far in. I want to say 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, the revamp of it is definitely really, really good. So I recommend it highly. But yeah, so Daleks are this, and there's an episode where there's a group of Daleks that are like a bunch of different colors, and they have a green, and they're like bright colored. So there's green, blue, red, yellow, orange, and white. And he wanted a green one, and I'm looking, and I can find all the other colors except for the green one.
Well, I'm with Key. Get a white one and paint it green.
Yeah, I might have to.
That way it'll be out of love.
I also was considering, here, I'll share my screen and show you.
I got 14 pages, too.
I'll do some laundry. I was considering getting the crochet pattern, and then I can just swap out the silver for green.
That's true.
So then I can make him a Dalek, and it's plushy. And it's a free crochet pattern, so like I don't even have to pay for it.
Nice.
So like, yeah, I'll put her to bed in just a minute.
Shit, what I really need now is a shirt. I just got McRib barbecue sauce on my freaking shirt.
You have more shirts in your drawer. I will do laundry and wash your pants. I'll be up there in a minute. He is so dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
I really have to wonder at the reasoning of an enemy that wants to destroy everything. I don't know if they want to destroy everything or if they're wanting to do like world conquest, because I always felt like it was more like a world conquest type thing.
Well, see, like, I think it just depends, because, like, what they're trying to achieve, because, like, even though the movie was not the greatest, Jupiter Ascending had a really good plot in that the people, what they call harvest the planet and basically turn the people into the thing that keeps them young. So, like, they're essentially taking it over and acting nice just to then harvest it.
Mm.
So you never know what the reasoning is.
Yeah.
With what caused the destruction.
Yeah, so this one is there. I think that it's more like world conquest type situation because basically from every scene that I've seen them in, they're either trying to further their race and make more of themselves or take over something. And like
So,
because they
Jennifer's asking,
fluctuate between being like almost completely extinct or having like a huge army, and so that's when their goal changes. Like there's episodes where there's like only one or two of them, so what their goal is try to grow as many of themselves as possible, or if they have a big army then they're trying to take over a planet.
so do you spell that the way Key did? DALEK?
Yeah,
Because Jennifer was asking.
it says I have more comments, but it won't let me scroll down. Oh, there it goes. Now it's letting me scroll down. DALEK. They are part human. I don't think they are part human because they're in the episode where they have the different colored ones. They did an experiment where they combined a Dalek with a human, and they killed him because they said that he was tainted now, and they wanted to remain pure, and so they killed the experiment that they made.
The Daleks did the experiment?
Yeah, the Daleks did an experiment. It was when the Empire State Building was being created. Basically, they were behind the creation of the Empire State Building, and it has these like special like panels that they put on the roof so that when the lightning would strike it, it would do this thing that would turn this human into a Dalek and be like a hybrid. And they like killed it because they're like, oh my god, he's tainted. Actually, they might have killed it because the doctor went up there and clutched onto the panels, and so then he was also part Time Lord. So it was part human, part Dalek, and part Time Lord, and that might have been why they killed him. But basically, he got emotions because Daleks are emotionless beings.
This is really confused. Ow, fuck.
Also, my favorite episode with Daleks, my favorite episode with Daleks is the one where the Daleks and the Cybermen were fighting each other. And that is just awesome because the Cybermen were like, oh my gosh, we're so much better than you. And the Daleks are like, no, we're better than you. And they had this big old like fight between these two robots about which one is better. And my favorite line is the Dalek goes, you know, you are right. Or, there's two lines actually that are like my favorite. He said, the Cyberman is like, you expect to defeat an entire army of Cybermen with only 3 Daleks? And he said, no, I will defeat your entire army with just 1 Dalek. And then later on, he says, you know what? Cybermen are superior at Daleks at one thing. And the Cyberman says, what is that? They are superior at dying. And it's just the greatest because it's basically just 2 robots that are fighting each other.
God, my hand hurts so bad.
At least one is part human, yeah. It was an experiment that because they were trying to figure out ways that they could make more of themselves and make them like more sustainable. And then they created him, and they're like, no, he's tainted. He has emotions now. And then they killed him. Because that's also the same episode where they made a bunch of pig human hybrid things. And yeah. I'm a big Doctor Who fan. This is my favorite Christmas ornament.
It's just a toy.
Well, like I was saying on Sage's stream, I'm not really like a big fan of anything. Like I like certain things, but I think I get more into like the character backstory and creation, and then fall in love with the character more than the story.
Yeah.
My dumbass hit my hand.
The heyday, in my opinion, of Doctor Who is Doctors 10 and 11. That was like the best writing in the show by far, and the two fan favorite actors that played the Doctor, both of those sections. David Tennant is one of my favorite actors of all time. He's phenomenal in everything that he does. And Matt Smith, I didn't like at first, but he grew on me. And the writing for all of those seasons is just chef's kiss. It's just really good. It's just really, really good. And that's my favorite part of Doctor Who is that section. I didn't really like Peter Capaldi that much, but it wasn't because of him. It was because of the writing, because that's when Stephen Moffat left the show and the writing kind of just went downhill. Yeah. I do really, really, really like Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. The current Doctor, Jodie, she's phenomenal. She's like the perfect combination between Eccleston, Tennant, and Smith. And like she just does a really good job, and they constantly make jokes about when she used to be a man, and it like gets really awkward because there's one episode where they go to like 1940s 1950s India, because it's when Pakistan and India were separated, and you better knock that shit off right now and put those clothes back on the table. That's what I thought. And they were there talking to people, and she said, yeah, when I used to be a man, and the older Indian woman looked at her like, what the it's funny. I haven't seen the most recent season, and I've heard really, really good things about it, so I'm gonna buy it on Google Play so I can watch it.
I'm just happy, although I probably won't end up using it because most of the time I'm watching it at work. I'm just happy
put it
that
down. All right, we're gonna do print because I need to put Noelle to bed because she keeps grabbing all my folded clothes and putting them on the floor.
That's my Christmas present.
Oh, cool! Is that a movie or a TV show?
It's so Deborah Harkness wrote the books, and this is season 1, and it's on it's on a stream Sunstream. And I got tired of watching it. Like, if my internet or my phone's getting too hot, I can just pop it in and watch it.
Put it down. You're driving me insane.
But we got 4 minutes till Sage is up.
4 minutes until Sage is done? Okay, I will make it through. River Song was such good writing, and Donna Noble, my heart. I've
been watching a video by Cinema Therapy on Twilight. It's hilarious, but they make some interesting points on the story. I have seen a lot of good points on the story. Now, if you like Twilight, but you wish it was a little more realistic and on like adultish and things, like I said this last time I watched it, but I'm gonna do a video because A Discovery of Witches is basically Twilight in a real setting. Like, it's adults and it's thought through better, and it's not this, oh my god, I'm in love with him, but I don't know why. Like, oh, you know, like it's still the guy, the vampire, like really wanting her to drink her blood and stuff, but it's that she's a witch, not just a mortal, and so she's, you know, got her own shit going on, and it's just such a better story and so much more captivating and compelling and thought out, and the world building is amazing, and I can't wait till they do season 2 where they go back to 1590 England, and it's gonna be so great. I can't wait. Comes out January 9th. Like an early birthday present for myself. But yeah. We can go ahead and do a timer if you want. There's just 2 minutes left.
She just keeps grabbing stuff that I don't want her to touch, and then I say put it down, and she goes, no.
Because Jordan told her to grab pens and grab other things while you were gone. Because we were talking writing utensils.
I want her to go lay on the couch and watch her cartoons that are on, and she wants to sit here and grab things that she's not supposed to have. And I had a pile of folded letters that she put on the floor.
Let's go
So.
ahead and start a sprint. You can get her to bed. Get
She's
close,
ran to the other
started.
room, so I can wait. I can wait the minute and a half. We'll be okay. I do need to reshare the timer though, because I am no longer sharing that screen.
Yeah, I got 15 pages that time, so if I do like 15 pages while I'm listening to Sage, I might, let's see, that would be 1, 2, 4 more sprints and I might be able to get this done. So either if we're streaming or Sage is still streaming or I keep going, either way.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna go for because I wanted to do this to get work done, but so far I cooked dinner and then I did a little bit of work and then Jordan got home and I had to go to McDonald's, so like I've done very little work.
Life is work. You've done work.
I would have made dinner for Jordan when I made all the food, but I only had enough cheese for 3 sandwiches and I ate 2 and Noel ate 1, so I didn't have enough for him because he would have eaten 2 on his own too.
Yeah, you can't just have one grilled cheese.
Yeah, so I didn't have enough and I was gonna make him an egg sandwich with ham because like that's pretty good too.
Ooh,
and then he's like, actually the McRib is back, can you go to McDonald's? And I'm like, so I looked at how much time was left on the timer and I was like, okay, this sprint is almost done. So if you will sit here and run the stream for me, I will go to McDonald's for you. And he said, okay, I can do that.
It was a pretty good one. We talked. It was cool.
Okay, their sprint just ended. Let's do this thing. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. How did everybody do? I once again did nothing because I got sucked into the TikTok rabbit hole when Jordan sent me one, and then I started scrolling.
Got another 15 pages.
So, if you use TikTok, you
That's
understand
why I
that
don't
struggle.
touch it till I'm going to bed, because if I'm at work, I will waste an hour.
I haven't been using it as much lately. Like for November, I barely went on TikTok at all, but I last couple days I've been going back on there, and I understand why I had stopped.
So I technically have a little under 40 pages left. And now I gotta see if she wants me to send this back to her with all the edits, or just talk to her about it.
Yeah. Is that the same person you said you were gonna recommend?
Yeah, you're definitely
me
needed.
for?
I
like being needed.
I just
It
did
makes me feel
the
special.
like obvious ones. And then the grammatical stuff.
Uh-huh.
It's nothing really bad. Like, it won't stop the story, but sometimes you're just like, wait, what? And like I said, there's the one plot issue, but it's within the same chapter, so it's not like too horribly out of place. So, she just reveals something that she doesn't yet know, like to her parents 10 minutes before she finds out. It's like, yeah, you don't know this yet, child.
Excuse me, but you have yet
her
to learn
boyfriend
this
hasn't
thing.
told her what happened to his past for her to then tell her parents about the past. So
yeah, and maybe it's a scene that got accidentally got put in the wrong place or something.
Because there's like a couple hints of it earlier where he tells her sister, and to try to save her. So I think she might have got that confused with who she told. Still good though. It's not my kind of book, but since I grew up Christian, I don't hate it. It's a real good, like, heartfelt story of like twins, and one being like the one their parents like really groomed to be who they are, and then the rebel twin, of course, as most twins are, just losing her way and becoming the first steps of addiction and overcoming it. So
one of my projects that is definitely something I'm gonna write in the future, but it's something that I started back in high school when I was going through this thing. But it's a Christian fiction, so it's definitely something I'm gonna write again, because it's basically my story but fictionalized. And I'm definitely gonna write it someday, but I haven't brought myself to work on it yet, because there's a lot of emotional attachments and emotional things that I relate to in it. So like, it's gonna be difficult for me to work on.
Well, and then like right now, she just came out of, because the heroin that her boyfriend gave her was laced with rat poison, so she OD'd. And so where I'm at right now, she just woke up, and the entire family found out when they were doing all their tests on her to make sure nothing else was wrong with her. They just found out that she's also pregnant. So, like, obviously unplanned pregnancy, like, I kind of relate to that. So, it's not a bad book. It's got a couple things people can relate to in all walks of life, even if you're not, like, heavy spiritually. But it's just, like, all the Bible verse quoting that gets a little aggravation.
Yeah.
Chase Christian fiction. Yeah.
Christian fiction. Yeah, so I will write a Christian fiction in the future, and it will be something that is very close and dear to me. So So it hasn't happened yet because it's just really hard hitting for me to work on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Your proofreading is definitely all your commas and dialogue tags and like
if that's needed for that.
Yeah.
And you can definitely tell that person when you recommend me that I am Christian, so I will be respecting the religious aspects of the story.
Well, like I just got to one part where the nurse's name is Beth, but she called her Becky. So there are like some grammatical things that need to be fixed, but there's really not. Most of it is just punctuations.
Right.
So
Also, hi Jace. And I sent you a message on Facebook earlier.
So then I think after this book, I'm not sure if I'm going to finish Savvy's book. Well, I'm definitely not going to finish it tonight. But I'm not sure if I'm going to work on her book or if I'm going to read Hunted and start taking notes on that. Not sure which one I'm going to do yet. Would y'all stop messing with my damn light?
Noelle's probably going to sleep in the morning because she went to bed late today. Because I put her to bed at the beginning of that sprint.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's all right. Everything's fine. Also, I'm a little bit annoyed because while I was going to McDonald's, she pulled a bunch of tinsel off, and then Jordan, after she pulled it off and she got in trouble for it, Jordan let her play with it on the floor. And now there's tinsel everywhere. And I just cleaned this room and vacuumed in here today, and now there's tinsel everywhere.
So now that she's in bed, you should be able to get some work done.
Yeah, I will hopefully be able to. I want to try to do at least one chapter tonight before I go to bed, and then when I get up in the morning, I can keep working and I want to try to get through at least halfway by the end of tomorrow so that I can finish by the end of Monday and have it sent to you.
Yeah, I think given the busy weekend I have, I think I'm going to try to do as much of Hunted as possible because that's the book I've got to read and take notes on for my interview. And then, but that's on the Kindle. So when my eyes start hurting, I'll switch to Savvy's book and get as much like client work done as I have to this weekend, and then probably reread Unknown Love and take the notes I need for the world building this week, so that by the time you're done and I'm done, like I can be editing as I'm reading.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'll do.
Yeah, I just I'm upset because I had said I was gonna get this done by the end of November, and it's obviously past the end of November, and I'm not done yet.
You're fine. There's no way I could touch it before now anyway.
Right.
And that's the thing. Like, I really want to go ahead and start editing it, but because of this, I exactly can't, and that's going to put me behind on everything else. So I think I'm just going to focus on
stuff that you can physically do.
Yeah, my videos that I want to make this month and next month for the characters, and getting people to know the book, and reading Savvy's book, and this digital book that I bought, and just trying to get ready for the release.
Yeah.
And work on that and the Audible, since Alec's still working on the cover, which I do love the cover he's got. I'll have to show it to you later.
Oh, I'm glad.
It just needs a little tweaking, but it's so the book. Like, the first cover is the book as well, but like I was showing you yesterday, like the books I like that have the hints. Like I showed him the house that I showed him Ever's little condo house, and
if you name them app.
Jeez,
I was like, this is the house. This is one of them. Like, I want it to look like this, and so if he can fix the positioning of the guy, I really think that's going to be really good, really pretty.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, speaking of your book, I found a old name that you changed to a different name in the document. It's not in the physical book because I didn't see it in there, and I even like double checked. It's not in there. It's only in the document where there's one time where it says Damien instead of Torin.
Which is weird because that's the version I put up.
Yeah. So, well, because I think you said you sent me the ebook version
Yeah,
in the document, and so it's not in this copy,
but it's in the ebook.
but it's in the ebook, and it's the only one I've seen. And then you have the other one that I told you about where you accidentally said Seda instead of Sky. But I was going through yesterday where I was putting the last of these changes into the document, and I saw it in the document, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I looked at the page, and it said Torin on the page, but it said Damien in there. I'm like, "What?"
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. And
you just missed one time to change the name.
And see, I auto like find and replaced all of those. So that's
maybe it was misspelled compared to the way the other one. How was it spelled when you changed them? Was it Damian?
IEN.
IEN. Well, it was spelled Damien so in here, so I have no idea what happened. It's the only one. So
that's funny. And see, the 3 people that have actually read it and gave me feedback all read the book, not the ebook. So,
right,
that's funny. I was sitting here saying she changed the name, and I did, yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of startled me, and I was like, "What the hell?" Oh wait, I think she said that used to be his name. So
yeah, that's so funny because like, I don't care whether you're traditionally published or you're self-published. Like, you will never catch everything. But like you said, once you've named a character, you're stuck with it. That's almost better because when I named these characters, there was the vampire thing wasn't out. So, and then suddenly there's a Damien. I'm like, fuck, now I gotta change it.
Yeah, Damon from Vampire Diaries.
Yeah.
It's a bit too similar to a vampire named Damien. So
yeah. Oh goodness. My hand hurts, but I want to like write my story.
Yeah.
I want to get that 6,000 written so bad.
I have a jumbo-sized teddy bear too. Yeah, Noelle, I usually try to get her in bed by 8:30, but I let her stay up till Jordan got home. He didn't get home until almost 10, and then he didn't put her to bed when I went to McDonald's and stuff, so she didn't go to bed until at the beginning of that last sprint.
He's fine. That just means you get to sleep in.
Yeah. I want to try to get up kind of early because I need to get a lot of work done tomorrow, but we'll see.
What time you want to get up?
Like 8:30ish.
I'll text you. I'll wake you up because my butt better be up by then.
Yeah.
I say that every weekend, but then I usually wake up Saturdays with a migraine, so I'm not going to stay up till 3 a.m. and then try to get up at 6. I'm not. I'm really, really not.
Yeah, I can only really do finish this chapter that I'm on before I go to sleep because my eyes are already starting to get tired, and if I try to edit while my eyes are tired, I'm not going to do as good of a job. So
yeah, that's why I'm kind of glad I'm just reading tonight because it is getting work done, so I'm not like upset with myself, and I'm able to get caught up because I never have time to read. I'm always like, oh, this needs more. This is more important. This is more important. But I'm sitting here looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books, physical books I need to read, and 2 on my Kindle. So.
Oh, Jace is gonna message me too. You guys are nice, thanks. Oh, also, Jace, I have some questions about the December thing that you want to do. So let me know and we can maybe chat about it tomorrow.
The what?
He was talking about doing a December edit. Is that what it's called? December. I was editing for December basically, and like gonna do like dedicated live streams and stuff for it. And I had some questions about it, and since he's the one that was gonna probably organize it, I was gonna talk to him directly about it.
That's cool. Let me know if I can help. I will do.
Because I was thinking about like actual video ideas, and I didn't know if it was going to be that big of a thing that you were planning or not.
I do know on Cash's stream when she asked what would people like to see, that a lot of people said they would like to see more of the editing process, like how you go about your editing and things like that. So maybe from a editorial company standpoint, and then from your own standpoint, like
how I go about client stuff versus my own.
Yeah, like the differences in the same, and yeah.
Oh, nothing came of it. Well, we could still do it. It's only like 4 days in, and I could make all of my live streams for the month be dedicated to December.
I need to make y'all a shirt that says "Editing is life" instead of writing. I do. I'm gonna do that.
So if you still wanted to do it, Jace, I am willing. I'm going to Utah on the 22nd is when we're leaving, so I wouldn't be able to participate as much once we're there, but I could still do like a live stream or something.
I like Christina's like, I just want to cuddle up next to her, but I'm gonna wake her up and I'm not risking that shit. Oh, Sage is done.
Yeah. Oh. Time for a sprint, everybody!
I got to mute the Sage. Ah, stop it. Okay.
Okay, right there. Okay. Oh, sweet. I got it right on the 20. All right. 3, 2, 1, go! All right. How did everybody do? Let's see. We had Darling Ryder go to bed, which I already said goodnight to her. It's 2:30 a.m. where I am. I'm calling it a night. So Jennifer also went to bed.
I'm here.
So,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm fighting with my mouse with my bad hand.
Oh, that's okay.
I don't have my brace on, but I'm still like trying to move the mouse.
And Jennifer might join on screen on Sunday.
She was going to join last Sunday, but she wasn't feeling well. So always. I've told you, open invitation to you and anyone, but especially you.
Also, by the way, I stand corrected. It was the entirety of Chapter 13, and Chapter 13 alone, where Torrin's name was Damien the entire chapter. Just Chapter 13. So I don't know what happened to that chapter, but it's not even the last chapter in the book or anything. It's so like
maybe I did the find and replace before I got to that chapter.
Maybe. Because 14 and 15, because I did find and replace just as, because after I corrected like 4 of them, and I was like, okay, I'm going to see how far this goes. So I did find and replace, and it's so just Chapter 13. What? The one lone stray chapter where the revisions vanished?
That is so weird, dude. And yet, and like I said, the 3 people that have read it, like, only read the books, so like they wouldn't have brought that up to me. So
Yeah, because I read this, and it doesn't have the name Damien anywhere in here. So then when I started reading the document that you sent me, and all of a sudden his name is Damien, and I'm like, what the hell?
and yet
Just one
nobody's
chapter.
left me Amazon
Just one
reviews other
chapter.
than the people that read the book. So I haven't had anybody say anything yet that the 30-something people that got it for free, if they ever read it, never said anything. That's so funny.
Right. Once per book then. Because that happened to book 2 too, apparently.
Well, and that wasn't a name change thing. It was... Oh, Jace, remind me. It was like you did your edits, and then something happened, and like all your edits went away, or you forgot to do something in that chapter. I forget what it was, but he had to go back and re-edit the chapter after I edited it because something didn't save or didn't do or something like that.
He got an old version or something of the chapter back. I don't know, whatever.
No, I think like he just forgot to change my dialogue tags, my comma period thing, and then like noticed something else for chapter 4. I want to say like it was something weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I never read the first version all the way through, so I have no idea what his edits would have been that vanished.
Yeah. So
I just read the
semi-finished
third or fourth version.
Yeah.
Whatever version got to me.
Yeah, I noticed when I went to go do your edits that Unknown Love is all on my laptop. So I'm going to have to put it on to my external hard drive so I can do it all on this computer. Otherwise, that's going to be like back and forth. That's going to be aggravating.
Yeah, I've been doing it on this laptop, and honestly, it's not been too terrible because I have the formatted version. Most of the page fits on the screen. It's just like the last 2 lines of the page get cut off at the bottom. So like I can have almost the whole page because it's book size pages.
Yeah.
On the screen at one time, even though it's a laptop. If I was on Jordan's computer, then I could probably fit a page and a half on the screen. But also because I'm leaving comments, because like a book on a document, usually there's 2. Because I'm doing comments, it makes it 1 because then it has the space on the side for the comments. So
all the revisions for that chapter were gone, and it was the previous draft.
Yeah. So something happened at some point where just we got a previous version, the original draft of that one chapter.
That's so weird.
Maybe you had both versions, the original and the edited version, saved, and you accidentally put back in the other one because maybe they were the same name or something.
Yeah. Well, because as I edit, I break the book down into a document per chapter. And that way, as I edit that chapter, I can move it into done. And so then when I go into formatting it, I just can move those chapters, copy and paste those chapters into the formatted.
Right.
So.
Well, whatever it was, I remember him being like, he messaging me like, I don't know what happened here, but it's going to be a little while until you get to this chapter because I have to redo it because the edits disappeared. And I was like, all right, just let me know.
Yeah, that was a thing. Like, that took him an extra few days to edit that chapter.
Yeah, because that was actually when I was keeping up with you guys, and then I suddenly stopped keeping up with you guys. Because then all of a sudden, Jace got like super motivated out of nowhere and like did like a bunch of chapters in a day, and then I'm like,
then we were both catching up. Yeah, that was funny. Because then I was like, I'm so far behind now. Oh crap.
Yeah, and then chapter 7 for me just kept getting pushed. Like, didn't do it this day. It gets pushed like for like a whole week. It kept getting pushed.
Yeah.
And Jace is like, that poor chapter 7's never gonna get done.
I will say, like, y'all did really good making it not take that long for. I mean, it wasn't as big of a book as this one is on the Love is, but
Mhm.
I honestly didn't expect it to go that fast, even though Jace was like, "Oh, that took so long." A chapter a week, that's perfectly fine, and like I was able to break it up and somewhat keep up. And
Jace was doing like a chapter a
that's what I'm
day.
saying. But then Jace did like a chapter a day, and I was like, "Holy hell!" Like, okay, this is happening. So it really sped it up so that I could have the time to get the formatting and find someone to do it, because I want to learn InDesign so that I don't have to pay, Sako or anybody to do that part. I want to know as much of it as possible. But obviously book covers are going to take a while to learn, because I have to learn the entirety of Photoshop before I even learn how to do my own cover. I'm okay paying a couple $100 for that, but once you start adding that plus formatting, then you have to sell a lot of books at 40% royalty.
Yeah. Definitely, if you have a very small budget and you're trying to self-publish, learn to do as many of the things as possible that you can learn to do, like the formatting and stuff like that you can do yourself, because that will reduce the cost drastically.
Yeah, well, and like Sako's like, yeah, I'll do it for this price because you already have it semi-formatted. All I've got to do is throw it in InDesign and do those couple things that I don't know how to do. Like, there's a do-it-yourself formatting thing that I used for book one, and it worked really well. But now that I've got the translation pages and stuff, and that's going to keep getting bigger as the books go. And then in the back, I want to do like Christine Fian does and like explain a little bit of each character in each God universe and things like that. As the books get bigger, then obviously that stuff's going to change, and I don't know how to do all that. So I budget $500 a book. Like, that's what I try to stay under. So the more I have to pay, obviously, the more issues. So.
Well, I already talked to you about the quote for your next book that you were wanting, but that really depends on if you use all 4 services or not, because that's budgeted for.
Yeah.
No, I think it's budget. Is it budgeted for all 4? I think it was just budgeted for developmental copy and proofreading, because we didn't offer line editing when I made that quote.
Yeah.
But that is like if you use all of them or not. Like, we could do the developmental and then realize you don't need copy editing, or we could read through the draft and realize you don't really need developmental editing, you just need the copy and proofreading, whatever.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I haven't even touched it yet. So, like, I'm not going to try to put too much on my plate, since I'm going to have a video come out pretty much every freaking day. I don't know what possessed me to do that, but I am. Good thing is I'm already working ahead on the timer, so that's one video a week that I won't have to worry about. And then the motivational ones. So that's, a couple videos done for every month, because that's 4 videos a month, 2 videos a month. So I'm a couple months ahead on that at least. And that way when we do move, like, my stuff won't get interrupted. Because I really don't want to have to take a 4-month hiatus again.
Yeah.
So, I just want my Erin Condren to get here so I can start planning. Never been so excited about a planner, because I personalized it. So, like, it takes 2 books into one. So then I'll just have 2 planners instead of 3.
I just need to get my butt in gear and stop procrastinating all the time, because that's my main problem, is that, like, I get stressed out and I avoid doing anything productive for myself or for other people. And when then I finally do get productive, I focus on the thing that's usually for other people and not for myself. So then I'm being productive for other people, but I'm not doing anything for me, meaning I'm not working on my books, I'm not cleaning my house, I'm not doing anything that brings me like happiness with like relaxation, like crocheting or whatever. So then I'm kind of being productive, but I'm still suffering.
Yeah, and I think that's my thing. Like, I am doing stuff for other people, but then when I do stuff for me, I'm like, oh crap, now I'm getting behind. So there's always a struggle of which one do I need to focus on. So not that I would say I'd do it again, but hurting my hand just kind of forced me to catch up on this side.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a good thing, because then I'm like, because I know how exhausted I am all the time, like I'm not willing to totally kill myself, and it forces me to be more aware of what I can do and what I can't.
Yeah.
Like I don't like making promises I can't keep. So
I go through phases where there'll be 1 week where I will do absolutely nothing productive. I will literally be a couch potato. I will do the bare minimum for Noelle, like feeding her, keeping her clean, keeping her from destroying my house even more than she already has. And we will basically just sit in the living room. She'll play with toys and watch cartoons the whole day, and I'll just sit there and like play on my phone or something. And then I will finally be like, okay, I need to do something. And then I will like bust out your book, and I'll do like 4 chapters the next day. But then I'll go like 3 more days where I won't do anything. And it's gotta stop.
So instead of like procrastinating so much, like why don't you just reschedule your time? Like you've got a laptop, so when she's sitting there watching cartoons instead of doing nothing on the couch, right?
I agree with you. 100% I agree with you. But getting myself to actually do it is the problem.
Do you need me to send you reminders?
I just get really, really anxious about stuff. And like the way I deal with my anxiety, if something's causing me to be anxious, I will just avoid doing it at all costs. And when I have really bad weeks where I'm just anxious about everything, I will not do anything. I won't even shower, because thinking about going up and taking a shower and leaving Noelle somewhere by herself, I just won't shower.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
Oh, I get that with a toddler.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily like I'm aware the whole time that I'm sitting there on the couch that I could have my laptop and I could be working, or I could have had your book and my pen and been working while she's watching cartoons. I'm like, in my head I know, and I think about it, and then it just makes me feel bad because I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't make me do it. It just makes me feel bad for not doing it.
Well, and like my thing is just the way life likes to fuck with me. Like, and I know most people are like this, but most people that have a day job, they either know what shift they're going to work, or they know what to expect when they go to work. For the past year, well, since February, since the person that was supposed to be training me until July quit, and this COVID shit happened, I have not known since basically Thanksgiving last year what each day was going to hold for me, whether I was going to be doing customer service, whether I was going to be in the warehouse, whether I was going to have help, whether I wasn't. Like every day since Thanksgiving last year has been up in the air. So every time something gets good and I try to make a schedule based around that, and I'm like, okay, I can plan all this stuff, then something happens and I'm like, great, now I've just taken on all this work and I have no time for it now.
Yep.
Or I break my toe, or I break my finger, or something happens, and I'm a very planned person. That's the only way I stay not anxious. If something screws my plan, then my anxiety is through the roof, medicine or not.
Yeah.
So like right now, I have to catch up on this stuff that I've promised people I will do, because I am not a person that breaks promises. And granted, I'm like Tamara, I'm very bad at saying no, but I made all these yeses when I had the time.
Right.
And while mentally I know people would understand, I cannot let myself go back and say, hey, here's what happened.
Yeah.
Because I've made that promise, I'm going to keep it. So that's kind of what this weekend is. Like, I got a potluck thrown in on me because we changed barns. So that took up all my holiday that I was planning on doing this stuff. That was unplanned. And then now there's a potluck thrown in. And then we're going hiking in picture taking on Sunday, which is great. We're going to spend it as a family, me, my mom, my daughter. But that's taking time away from working. But it's also my daughter's day, so I can't be mad at that. And I get to take pictures, and that's more pictures I can sell. So it's not a bad thing. But it's like,
Right.
well, yeah, that's where my anxiety comes.
If your schedule doesn't allow you to do your stuff and other people's stuff to the levels you've scheduled, then you've put too much on your plate.
But I didn't when I put them there.
For me, I will plan out things that I need to get done. And for a normal human being, it's not too much stuff. But for me, I never get it all done because I spend time I waste so much time just procrastinating it to the level that it stresses me out. And then it stresses me out that I'm stressed out. And then it stresses me out that things aren't getting done, which makes me avoid doing things even more. And it's just a vicious cycle that I can't seem to get past. And even like when I'm not depressed, it still is not like it doesn't get any better because sometimes I can kind of start to get better when I'm like, on medication and I'm doing well. Like depression wise, I can start to get myself to do stuff, but I've been on my medication for over a month now and I've been feeling kind of better.
It takes about a month to get in your system good.
And it hasn't got any better.
Well, maybe I know I have seen commercials. I'm thinking about telling my doctor I want to try it, which will be the first depression meds change in like 12 years. But there is a new depression meds that has an anxiety med in it so that you don't have to take two or them mess with each other.
See, I'm not on medication for my anxiety, so I feel like I should probably ask my doctor about something for anxiety because once I've gotten my, now that I'm starting to feel better depression-wise, my anxieties come out to say hi.
Yeah. But say your anxiety gets pushed down by the depression and you're able to say, I'm not anxious, I'm just depressed, I have no motivation, and blame it on that. But then once the depression is gone, then it's like, then your brain is fully awake to the anxiety.
Yep.
Which either does two things. It either kicks you in the butt and says, I'm going to conquer the anxiety, or it becomes crippling anxiety.
Celexa is both depression and anxiety. I take citrulline.
I can't take that one.
I take citrulline.
I can't take Celexa, so it makes me very jittery.
Also, I discovered almost a month into taking these that it says take 1/2 tablet by mouth every day, and I was taking a full one. So I broke them all in half now, but yeah, I was taking apparently double what I was supposed to be taking for almost a month.
See, and I have the half dosage that my mom has. She has the full dosage. I have the half dose. And it's so funny because like when I'm out, I will take hers, and you think it would just make you happier, but it makes me so jittery. It's not even funny.
You got to take the right amount because sometimes they can make your symptoms worse if you take more than you're supposed to.
Yeah, and there's not a I did try Celexa and it made me jittery, and they put me on the lowest dosage possible and it still did. So like some meds just don't have the dosage level that I need. But there's a new one out that I'm thinking about seeing about.
Yeah.
I still have 40 pages.
Did Sage just finish a sprint, or have they just been not doing one for a while?
That last one was their last one.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not going to judge it off of them anymore because they're not doing sprints anymore.
No. Unless she decides randomly to do one. She said it was her last one.
Okay. Well, I haven't liked their stream yet, so I'm going to do that. All right. Well, let's do another sprint because I want to try to get through this chapter before I go lay down upstairs.
Yeah, I've got 40 more pages. So
Jay said Celexa made me not care. My younger sister, was on Prozac, and they actually had to change her medication because it basically, she said, the way she described it, said it made her feel like nothing. Just
yeah.
that
So
she
my
just
mom was on
existed.
it. She just said it. Yeah, it made her feel numb to everything.
And she actually had to go into a facility because while she was on Prozac, while her depression was being medicated, it basically took her away her ability to care. And so something really not even that big of a deal happened. She got in a fight with my mom about something really minor. And like 5 minutes later, like she got the thought, and like 5 minutes later, she tried to kill herself. And her therapist was like, how long from when you thought I should kill myself to when you actually tried to do it? How long was that gap? And she said about 5 minutes. And so her therapist is like, yep, you're going into a facility.
Yeah, some people can become addicted to Prozac too.
Yeah, so her therapist put her in an inpatient for 2 weeks, and they got her on a new medication, and she seems to be doing a lot better now. She came over and hung out with me for a few days and seemed to be doing really well. And she's also has CBD oil that she takes in the mornings to help with her anxiety. And then on days when she's feeling really, really anxious, she has CBD joints that she can smoke, and it's all pure CBD, so she's not getting high. She's just treating her anxiety with it, which she seems to be doing really well. And I think she only used her joint one time while she was here, and she took like 2 puffs off it and then put it out, and that was it. So
That's good.
Yeah, she seems to be doing a lot better now. So Prozac was definitely not working for her. So she says, less not caring and more like there was zero urgency to anything. Everything was fine.
Yeah, my mom just said like she felt numb. Like there was no happiness or sadness or anger. It was just like, yeah.
Emotionless.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my mom takes Prozac, and it works well for her. But yeah, I don't know what they switched her to, but it's working a lot better for her now. So yay.
Chocolate is the best way to deal with any side effect of withdrawal.
I was on Lexapro for years, finally quit it cold turkey. Then I learned that chocolate was deal with the side effects of withdrawal.
It is, dude. It's also great for migraines.
I'm not really much of a chocolate fan usually, so I don't know.
I'm not either, but it does help.
Oh, shoot. I just realized I have not been taking my birth control for the last 2 days.
Good going.
Yeah. I mean, I just got off my period 3 days ago, so it's not that big of a deal, but I should probably start taking it. Because I need to start the new month thing, so. All right, let's do this thing. Okay, thanks for going already. Okay, go, bye! Jesus, I don't know what is going on with my laptop today, but it's so slow. Or maybe it's just my mouse. Maybe the mouse is dying. I don't know. Like the battery. But, jeez.
I have 19 pages left. I don't know how much I read, but I have 19 pages left.
Nice. I finished the chapter that I was on, and now my eyes are definitely quite tired, so I'm going to have to call it a night so that I can actually do quality editing on this project.
I've started yawning, but I'm not sleepy.
I think I'm just going to go upstairs and lay down and play a little bit of Minecraft for like an hour maybe, and then go to sleep. It's already
Yeah,
it's
I
12:30.
think I'm probably going to make myself go to bed so I can get up early and get some stuff done instead of staying up late and sleeping late.
Yeah. I will probably not play Minecraft because now that I know what time it is.
Yeah.
I'll probably just
What
chill
time do you
TikTok
think
for
it
a
is?
little
We've been
while and then go
streaming
to
for
sleep.
4 hours.
I don't know. I'm thinking that it was still 11 something. All right. Well, I'm gonna end this shindig. So, Amber, do you have an outro that you would like to
Sure.
say?
Everybody's not new, so bye. No, if you're new and watching on the replay, I'm Ambercraft. I write paranormal romance. This lovely lady is editing book 1, which will come out in 2021 as an addition to, and if you buy it, you can actually get book 2 for free, coming out February 9th. The Audible of that book that she is holding is coming out hopefully in March. I have to get the editing done before I can give it to the person. So there's that.
I'm almost done.
Oh, it's not you.
I'm
Once
almost
you get
done, I
it done, I
promise.
still have to do everything. So there's that. But hopefully I can get it done in December so that when January starts, I can be done with both projects and focus on getting them out again. But yeah, so because of my hand, I don't know what's going to happen as far as getting the podcast out this month, but it will still be there. But so I'm the host of the podcast The Afterthought, and usually new episode the second Saturday of every month. So hopefully I can work on that next weekend and get that out so that it comes out that weekend or the third weekend or something. Once I can use my thumb well. And then I stream every Sunday at noon Eastern, whatever time that equals for you. So, and I'm wearing my merch. So I finally bought my own merch. So you can go check that out in the Threadless store on my site. And as soon as I can do it, there will be the cover reveal for book 2 as well. So those things are happening this month. And I think that's all I got right now.
Nice. I have all of Amber's links in the description because I actually remembered to do that. So you can go follow all of her social medias and go join her Patreon if you want to, all that jazz. I'm not going to say like my whole spiel because, again, there are no newbies, but I will be increasing the number of times I stream per week, probably to about 3 times per week is what I'm thinking.
And I'm sitting here thinking 2 was good for me. Jeez, girl.
Well, the 3 is probably going to include the Sims thing on Wednesdays. So 2 writing and one for the Sims.
Okay.
So I haven't decided what day that's going to be, what the extra day is going to be yet. Because right now it's Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't really want to do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So maybe like
are you still
Saturday night or Sunday afternoon or something.
Are you still going to keep your Tuesday during the day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking about maybe doing like an evening on a weekend, so like maybe Sunday afternoon or something.
I think that's the most open time. There's really just me and Morgan and Stewie. So,
yeah, I don't think a ton of people really go to Stewie's streams anymore. So, why does he still do them?
Branding? I don't know.
I've been unsubbed from his channel since that thing happened.
And he shot himself in the foot? Yeah, same.
And he basically ruined his career.
Yep.
But we're not going to talk about that anymore.
Yeah.
So I will probably be streaming on Sunday afternoons as well as Tuesday midday. So
I was just asking because starting January, I want to stream Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I just haven't figured out what time will work best with everything.
Yeah, I stream at 1 our time, so 1 to 3. So, yeah. Okay. So, I'm also an editor, so if you want to hire me, or my business partner, Jace, right over here, You can go to our website, rosecityediting.com, and on the 20th of December is the Christmas edition of karaoke that me and Jace will be hosting. So if you want to sing Christmas songs with us, you can bookmark that. That'll be at 3 p.m. Eastern. I kept thinking it was noon my time, but I kept thinking noon Eastern time, but I don't. It's definitely not a noon Eastern.
Oh God, Chase.
Do you hate me yet? Well, yes, you've succeeded finally. Gee, thanks. Okay. So karaoke, and I think that's all I'm gonna say for right now because I don't want to do my whole spiel because I'm tired. So thank you all the people that were here doing sprints with us, and I did get some work done, so yay. And which was the goal of doing this pop-up stream. So yay. And on that note, I'm going to hit end broadcast.